Вітаю, доброго ранку.
Доброго дня, я вам там виглядаю. А як ви проскочили?
Good morning. Welcome everyone.
І вашими сьогоднішніми ведучими буде Катерина Скрагленко
І Ярослав Белінський.
Ми представляємо команду дизайну змін.
Це
Про наш проект розкажемо в самому кінці. Зараз у нас Катя вам розкаже про те, як виглядає сьогоднішня програма, і розкаже про кожну панель, яка сьогодні буде відбуватись в цій другій залі.
Доброго ранку всім ще раз. Ми сьогодні говоримо про екосистему суспільства і місце культури в екосистемі. Запросили ті проєкти, які вже роблять свою роботу екосистемну і підтримують, і посилюють один одного. Тож, ми взяли 3 нагальні питання, які є зараз, і це ідентичність, діалог підконтрольних і непідконтрольних аудиторій та культурну дипломатію, як 3 залізи, щоб подивитись, що вже працює, що ще потребує роботи, і що ми можемо з вами помріяти і помоделювати сьогодні, бо саме про це ми будемо говорити у другій половині дня.
Думаю, що у багатьох виникає питання, чи на часі говорити зараз про креативні індустрії, коли в країні відбувається війна, і вся країна переживає такий дуже складний турбулентний період.
Industries, and we are going through a very turbulent days in the development of creative industries, and the creative industries are a part of the economy of our country, and the more powerful our economy is, the more successful we can protect our identity, our country, our borders from the attacks of our
Розкажи, Катя, про
northern neighbor. So I would like to introduce you into the safety and security aspects. So we're in time of war, and everyone knows that the air raids may happen. So in case of the air raid, we have to reach the shelter. Please follow the indicators, and afterwards we will resume our work, and we'll get back here after the air raid. I will continue.
Без наших славних героїв ми б не були тут і не робили нашу роботу.
So I would like to say that without really our brave heroes protecting us, we can be here together doing what we do. Saying, let's thank our brave defenders. And I would like to introduce you into the first presentation as of today. It will be presented by a manager of the project, really the awesome achievement really achieving to turn a new center out of the outdated Soviet-style house, saying namely, this is Olga Viero, the Ukrainian House National Center director, and she really succeeded to do a lot in implementing those changes, and namely, let's say these were a whole range of discoveries of the artists and writers being, let's say, totally unknown because of the Soviet, let's say, oppression power. And now we will start with the case of Olga Viero, restoring our national identity and culture. Olga Viero, you're welcome to take the floor. I can talk on behalf of our great national institution, and which, thanks to the resources, can fulfill the functions laid down at the very foundation, and then be the new ones being added when we started to develop the functionalities of Ukrainian House. Yes, we understand this great responsibility in front of the society, since we are really creating the identity of this Ukrainian House as national center, and so we try to provide more knowledge about Ukrainian culture. And let me present you one of the programs. We are working on within the framework of the programs. There are several of them. There's cinema and social dialogue. And this program of ours is really the cross-section of our work, since we are devoted to disseminate Ukrainian culture. And the main message that we bring into all our projects and programs, this is really the Ukrainian character and nature. This program is implemented online and offline. Well, as let's say, promoting offline, but we would like to integrate it also online in the other 7 programs, also to implement the objectives of the other programs. The idea was born at the very beginning of the war, namely as a response to several requests. Yet at the beginning of May, when the center of Kiev was almost let's say empty, and there were almost no one and no people, no cars, so we decided to create like a big poster inspiring, showing that the culture is alive. We are working, we are here. We thought that it's really inspiring, and really this poster became a picture-taking area for everyone reaching Ukrainian house building. And since the very let's say that came to us, so to address it, we created a so-called the cinema space, and we managed to gather lots of friends, and lots of requests were coming about asking us about Ukrainian cinema products, and asking us about what are the plans for the expos or culture events. So we decided to launch the program that we called Pro-Ukrainian, to introduce as many people as possible into these culture sources. We invited experts, and so we decided to create a space where we can compile this information. So the method of work are like organizing sessions for discussion, and the first discussion was about really the fundamental task of ourselves, namely the presentation of Ukrainian culture, placing it in the focus as part of international culture. promoting the Ukrainian culture values since its dignity and promoting without any thoughts. It's like in the kind of access if being under let's say underestimated, and that's why we decided to launch and develop this program. And also we put in the focus all the demands of the society, and the main demands and needs that we identified is that, first of all, the feeling of connection, of really being adherent to Ukrainian society, the needs in feeling the unity, now a little bit far from the beginning of war, and now we're thinking about the further steps and future steps, namely trying to create the basis for our sustainability and strengths, and expanding the acknowledgement of Ukrainian culture, talking about the future perspectives of the culture. So we formed this program the way like well, you see the samples on the slide, the samples of let's say apostles from a whole range of our programs, namely one of them addressing Ukrainians staying abroad, since the programs are broadcasted also online. And it's very important that all these programs shedding lights on the past and the present and future, namely you can see here Diana Klitschko about great philosopher Skovoroda, and also the music, and we try to combine the past and present of Ukrainian culture, and we try to use different formats, trying to address different layers of society, namely the readers and those who are rather eager to read, and the youngsters, trying to cover topic of theirs. And now you will see the video
Вітаю,
presenting
товариство.
this
Мене звати
program.
Євгеній Стасіневич.
Діана Кличко,
My name
Галина
is
Глеба, Тетяна
Андрій
Філевська,
Списневич,
Богдана
Тетяна
Романцова,
Філинська, Діана Кличко, Сергій Тримач, Анна Гадецька,
Віра
Ростислав
Вірагєєва,
Семків.
Віталій Дейнага.
Олександр Сірків, Віталій Негро.
Сьогодні в рамках
Today,
проекту українського дому
within the
Українське.
framework of the program
про українське про
Pro
українське.
Ukrainian, we will talk about the Ukrainian culture.
Я розповім вам про український авангард.
Зокрема,
I will be
Малевич,
presenting you Malevich, being the artist of Ukrainian avant-garde,
Мистецтво на Берліна.
Енегіда
also
Котляревського. Це
Микола
святий
Хвильовий,
Сковорода, багато різних.
and other actors of Ukrainian culture.
на білому тлі.
І отут, власне, на арену української
And
дипломатії
here,
вийшла пісня.
This is the Ukrainian diplomacy that being implemented through the Ukrainian songs. We are really united with all the Christian world.
Він, в принципі, сильно не змінюється за ці роки, а Київ змінюється дуже швидко.
So the world is changing very quickly. Yes, this is our culture. This is really of ours, of ourselves. So this is not a short presentation of our program. And getting closer to the topic of today, you know that working on any program cannot be done without the supporters, and so we try to involve different organizations funds and institutions together with which we can develop the cultural space of Ukraine. We try to implement the principles at maximum, namely the partnership, I mean the open partnership, the openness to cooperation involving other initiatives, or our partners know how open we are. And so we decided to make space, leave space for the leaders in every sphere, on every industry. And if being addressed, we try to be open to any initiative. So far, we try to reach synergy with our partners, to reach joint results, making cultural product closer to consumer, and thus developing the society. So we try to be most effective when implementing our programs, trying to make our own impact on the society, of every person of the society, the memory. And way of thinking, namely, you see here the Alagorska Expo, together with Art Gallery Ducat, which helped us to present a survey of these artists, and so we found that Alagorska was almost a no one in the society. And so we tried to also to strengthen or support this program with placing materials on the Facebook, YouTube, and trying to create and using different aspects to introduce Alagorska, to show its depth and value of Ukrainian culture. Thank you, Olga, for your valuable presentation. So, can you share your own secret? Since I know, even before the intrusion, it was really hard for you to push through your projects, trying to find the financing and funding, but right after the full-scale invasion, you even doubled your amounts of work. You know, our team started our work like just 2 months before the pandemic. We were almost out of financing, still the same situation, and so we realized that we try to find the partners and funds only being proactive, making ourselves noticeable, and so we try to use every way to making us known, like through expos and through every single way and category. We try to make it free of charge, but still we receive our own income. So our approach is being really persistent in our activity to show ourselves, to build up our strengths, to find new partners. And now we address even new partners, suggesting us new events and expos like Katya Taylor Expo. So just placing the focus on the Ukrainian house.
Before it was simply unnoticed, and we were working so much to make all these peoples, all these leaders, all the best curators and the best artists really come to us.
От є друзі, які
I have some friends that are
сплатити за квиток, щоб
that are attending your event several times over to pay for several tickets. Yeah, we already have a program which is called Close to the Home, where you can also support Ukrainian House some more, but it's mostly aimed at allowing our audiences to get engaged in cultural life in Ukrainian House. It's only an annual subscription, 1,000 hryvnia, and you can attend all the exhibitions every day.
Друзі, якщо у когось є питання.
So, dear friends, if you have any questions or things to add or any other interventions, please.
Дякую.
Thank you, Olga.
Я тоді представлю нашого
So let me now present our next guest.
І фотографії, до
And
речі,
the pictures of his works were among the presentations from Olga, and it's very nice to see how guests are already helping each other, presenting each other mutually. I would like to invite here Bogdan Polishuk, an artist, stage designer, theater, costume and props designer, director and curator of art projects, who is going to tell you and show you all the things, all the beautiful things they're doing.
Так, всіх радий бачити.
So, hello everyone.
По-перше, вже
First of all, Olga has presented so well what we are doing, so I don't know what to add. So the idea of identification and identity, I think, is super important right now. I'm not going to talk about theater and performance arts, but basically, as Katerina said, we are doing many things. We have many projects. I will focus on theater projects of non-state sector because it has certain specific. And also co-founder and participant in two civil society organizations, which is gallery and stage design in Lviv Academy for 6 years. Also, Igna Korda or Burning Hearts, exhibition from Kiev. So both of them are mostly implementing different arts projects. So if we talk about theater, these 2 years of large-scale war and previous years also, they keep raising the question in the theater circles and theater community, what should the theater do? Is it comedy or tragedy? Is it helping people to emotionally unburden, or on the contrary, theater has to be contemporary and to reflect on the tragic events, even if they're difficult to stomach. So this panel discussion of identity, I think, serves as an answer to this question. So it's not a question how, it's a question what. And I think for right now, the most important question is the question of identity. Identity is something that art and theater in particular can help expose and raise and shape and formulate like no other political or other text or statement or program can do. Because theater is moving directly to people's hearts, as art has this ability to reach into people's hearts without any barriers or hindrances, be it political or other aspects that can distract. So, in 2 previous years, I've done several projects as an artist, as a director, and I would like to show you 3 projects. I will just tell you a short information. So this is Hide and Seek with Mr. Letushinsky. It's a project implemented and presented at the end of the 2023. So why is it here represented? Because it's a theater performance that talks about the famous Ukrainian composer Boris Letushinsky. And basically, when we talk about Ukrainian heritage, Ukrainian modern culture and arts, we primarily we have to talk about the foundation, because we've already mentioned Oleg Worska, a famous artist. We can also find different interesting personalities in arts, theater, but unfortunately, Ukrainians are not aware of their own culture. They know more about European or even Russian culture than they know about Ukrainian. So theater is a very unexpected way to focus our attention on these personalities, to things that Ukraine used to have before, so that we can capitalize on this and do something new today. So there will be several costumes that Iryana Polishuk created for this performance. The performance was also organized by Igna Korda with the Letushinsky Foundation, with the Museum Office of Letushinsky, which is in Kiev, in Rolit House, a famous building and a cultural landmark. And also our Austrian partners have helped. So I'm saying that modern independent theater, of course, is not funded by the state, at least directly, no. So we're talking about grants mostly. If you want to create your own project, you can write a grant application. You can receive a grant in Ukraine, as far as I know. There's maybe only powerful program Ukrainian Cultural Fund, but there's also European grants from House of Europe, from British Council, from Goethe Institute, and in particular this performance too was supported by Goethe Institute Ukraine. And I want to say that it's so important that when you are an author and you're implementing this independent project and you receive grant funding, but the content part, of course, is independent. You can pretty much do what you want. And international project, just like this performance, is an international project between Ukraine and our Austrian partners. Other than working on deepening Ukrainian ideas, Ukrainian identity inside Ukraine, it's also in parallel promoting Ukrainian culture abroad in their professional networks and communities in Austria, Germany, Great Britain, depending on who your partner is. So it's also a way to cultural diplomacy. And I think if you take a look at these costumes, I think you can draw many parallels with Ukrainian avant-garde art and theater. There was supposed to be a small video. I will skip it for now. Let me proceed to the next project, which is Barocco mystery stage play. We presented it in the Lavra Cathedral, in the Bell Tower, and later in the Ukrainian House. We did a couple of shows, and we're thankful to this cooperation and openness. If previous projects, so why these three projects are here? Because there are different approaches to the idea of identity in theater and performance arts. If the previous projects was completely created through its own drama, it's a completely innovative work. But this Barocco stage is working with the cultural historic artifact, which is score of Galagan vertep. So it's a work of art which is stored in the museum in Lavra Cathedral. So we took this theater play and tried to make it more open to wider audiences. We joined different traditions, and we thought that about Velikonoevsky historic phenomenon in Ukraine. It's only known among researchers and just a small number of people. It's largely unknown to a wider audience. So when we talk about identity, usually people think about traditional rural or village tradition, which is not entirely right, because this biblical stage has been written by students of Kyiv-Mohyla Academy, and it's also, we're talking about the Morocco period, 17th, 18th century, and it's a modern European culture. So when you're talking about these stage plays, it's not, rural gangs of actors. It's professional actors, professional theater experts who are performing. Back then, in 17th, 18th century, it was nobility, so senior representatives of society who know their art and value their art. So the innovation was to put together a Ukrainian stage plays with harpsichord music, so it was to live harpsichord music, and it was a notion of Ukrainian European culture. Talk about century 17, 18, and started in 19. The narratives were like it was rather Russian, but harpsichord is basically connecting it back to European culture. And so there are a couple of pictures here from that performance in particular. And to wrap up, let me say a couple of words about another project we did. And I was the director and stage designer. It's more of a dance routine project, which it was done in the partnership with another civil society organization, which is the Platform of Modern Dance in Ukraine, supported by British Council and many other partners in Ukraine and abroad. And it's a small dance play. It's a modern performance. It's pretty contemporary, but at the same time, it has some Ukrainian roots, Ukrainian traditions. We're talking about Ukrainian traditional instruments, like a wheel lyre, which is an image that bridges together modern contemporary culture and more traditional Baroque European, which is also part of Ukrainian heritage. And this is a performance with no words, with no libretto. It's just a dance routine which brings together modern music and modern dance, contemporary dance. So when we talk about identity in performance arts, regardless of the sector, it's very open. It can cover small and big stages. It can work with different audiences. And that's basically what is very important now, during the war, because it's answering the question, what are we fighting for? We are fighting, that's obvious, but we need to also be aware of what for.
Дякую, Богдане. А у мене
Right,
є
thank you,
питання,
Bogdan. I have a question
таке, до кожного,
to
напевно,
basically everyone
митця хотіла б спитати.
here.
Ти як знайшов...
So how did you find the inspiration in such turbulent times? Which of these projects maybe has turned on that zest for life, maybe a new kind of, to keep making such beautiful things? I know. I think there are several options. If you stay in Ukraine, there are several ways for you to keep to be in here. You're either on the front line, or you're doing something wherever you are, which helps the country survive. So, of course, it's pretty big when you're saying that's a cultural front. It's not real front, but Russia is really investing a lot of money in distorting our cultural notions for us to lose the sense of what we're fighting for, losing our identities. That's why it's so important to pursue cultural things now, because it serves as a waypoint where we're going, and as soon as the war is over, then there will be a question, okay, so the war is over, who we are and what are we doing next? I think now, during the time of war, there must be more cultural and arts projects, not less. Even if it sounds weird to some people. One of the projects that really turned me on at the start of the large-scale invasion, I was back then working in the Museum of Print, and I helped some of the foundations to get engaged in that work. So I was not dumbfounded by the invasion, because I had this clear understanding what to do. But in the art space gave me a chance to be the creator of a project, Grand Opera Art in the Time of War, which is an interesting performance in Lviv, organized because it was nearly one of the singular projects back then, and we thought that we would be alone in an empty audience, but actually the audience was packed and people were approaching us with the tears in their eyes, sharing their impressions, how much they needed that. I am not sure whether the institutions or organizations need theater, but people need theater for sure. Thank you, and if you have any questions, we'll provide you with the microphone. No questions so far? Okay, thank you so much. In this panel discussion dedicated to identity, we will see the case of wonderful Alexander Stolovy, who brought to us his fellow craftsman from Kozivka community. It's a community that nurtures the rural culture, friendly spaces. So every time I'm reading their posts, they inspire me so much, because it's a community that shows that a village is not necessarily something rustic and outdated. Thank you. I'm Sashko Stolovy. I am from Kozivka village, from Kharkiv region, and so who are you, if you ask me? I'm Koziar. Koziar is almost an identity outside of my village, because as far as I know, there are 3 villages called Kozivka in Ukraine. I've visited them this year, all 3 of them, and it turns out that regardless of being called Kozivtsi in all the literature and publications, the 3 villages named Kozivka not communicating between each other, but people inside the village call themselves Koziyari or Koziyane. So, turns out later, the two of the villages were abandoned 400 years ago to different directions, and then they moved this identity with them and developed in the new territories.
So for me, being a Koziyar, so it's let's say those who live in this Koziyka village, the inhabitants of the village, so we called ourselves Koziyars. So I'm a classic example of the locally born people then being sent to the big city for studies or work. And after I got my high education degree and moved to Kiev and settled down, so for me it was quite easy to, let's say, identify myself. And I'm really thankful to Kiev, the city which helped me to reach this, and I understood my Roman identity, through the atmosphere of big city, namely, really well cherishing the values of my, let's say, small native place and my motherhood, small motherhood as we call it. So, and when even being abroad and traveling, it makes me even bigger, let's see, understanding my own identity, that you're really different and you feel being yourself, really making yourself stay. And the villagers, let's say those who came from small villages, it's like those who started to grow up within the small society in some microclimate and the specific seasonality, like a kind of nature that also, with all the factors and characters affecting your development. And yes, we say that yes, it's like there's some like villages cultures. There's a specific one, like for like really being specific, close to the land and land culture and all this, say all these agricultural features, and this is really very great and long-term impact. But what's going on now within a village? Sure that the agriculture evolves. This part of the manual labor decreases, and so everything that was like served as a basis for the local culture also like let's say diminishing. And people feel as if they are losing some ground, so they are no more in such a great need. And so I try to identify myself, to analyze myself, and through all these long years of life, let's say, it's like our village is already reaching its 400th anniversary. And so what I would like to say that this is really a unique culture, a unique way of life. And when, for example, when I look at the Khrushchevsky picture of, like of the newlywed. So for me, it's like let's say really depicting the characters that are true to the, let's say, my local society. And they are telling us about really specific identities. Namely, this is Krista Skubi from Shishak village. It's really it's a real woman. It's a real character. And also, the artist is placing the emphasis on that. And so all the material world surrounding this person has been created by herself and other her neighbors, possessing all the knowledges and experience, being able to create all the surroundings, namely the specific herbs, and women were growing the specific herbs and cereals being used in their daily life, also for processing and making products out of, say, everything that is growing around you, like plums, or the specific recipe of making the plums, or making the clothing, their own clothing, and all these, let's say, daily life, let's say, crafted products, or let's say, were that used in the daily life. So it's really true to, all this is true to people living in the villages. I mean, so, and these people are always creative, being able to make something out of, let's say, nothing, or just I mean, the let's say, the things that surround you. See, making pictures, all the, let's say, things and objects that surrounds you, making them brighter, making them, let's say, nice looking, decorating, not like some, let's say, fundamental arts, but just, let's say, putting colors in their life. And so, this way, the artists were born. Yes, it's so-called naive art. We call it naive art now. We intensify it as naive art. And in our village, Kozivka, we got an artist, Gana Katvenska, whose works are posted on the website Naive, and now her works are have their due place in the galleries. And now we have Alexei Vasilyev, a craftsman who's making like different objects out of the wood, and he's eager in putting his energy in creating some new art objects. Namely, you have a goat traveling to Kharkiv on a bicycle, because he's a real artist, and so he tried to put life in the characters that he creates. I'm trying to put this live art on even the so-called the creative industry of the villages, and namely this cultural environment really has given birth to the real artists. And so my question is, whether or not the artist being born in the village, who knows how to make nice, creative objects, works of art. Get those people to be really of, let's say, the basis of the creative culture of the villages. What we have to do is just to prompt those people to really develop, to go on. So my question is, I questioned myself whether it's possible, and I say yes, it is possible. Since it's like really, I'd say that very, let's say, hard trick. How to find that and how to identify those artists. They're hard to reach. They will not believe you from the very first step, so you have to come to the location to talk to them, trying to reach their hearts for them to open towards you. And so 3 years ago, me in my own village, I decided to create a cultural space in my own village. So we did it as an artistic space for gathering such creative, talented people. For them to get together to discuss, to evolve, to know each other, but not on like just a simple, let's say, talk, but really to prompt people into their to openness to development. And so you see that I put it a big A, and then it's a word brate that we can translate as let's say brothers, or when we change the accent it would be like taking. So since all the village life is like giving and taking, like I come to you asking for the milk, or like giving you something, and for that. So we always take something from other persons, let's say, like borrowing, but giving something instead. Now, I mentioned the recipe of processing plums. It's kind of fermenting plums and berries. Really a big secret, but very interesting. So first of all, we dry the plums. And first of all, we put them like in some, let's say, cave, and they're dried out, and then we make them ferment, and really very, then we receive very nice products. So same recipes exists in Poltava region. So now next, let's talk about the project story of this. It means like the making some bakery for some specific like holidays. I mean, like for every holiday we have some specific bakery, like for Christmas, like for like the first day of the spring and so on, and we share our bakery with our neighbors. And now we decided to share not only locally but also around Ukraine. So we make the clayware, so it's specifically made out of specifically local clay, and as you see the family of Spiridonov who are making this one. So, and we did it together with big like specific cases which were in the big use before, I mean, all these times. But now it's considered like being outdated and never used, since we have the different like closets and bookcases and so on. But like in the old days, there were specific cases for let's say storing the clothing and other objects, and usually were they depicted in the really nice colors and flowers. And so we decided to launch such projects of say modernizing these old style or ancient style cases, putting them on the small wheels, serving as a small table. So you can paint it by yourselves using the specific templates, and make the case of your own. And yes, now it's great demand and making people happy. And also now I'd like to give the floor to Lyubov. The project is herbs, трави з яру, or local herbs. So Lyubov knows how to make the specific teas out of the local herbs and flowers, and it's really also very interesting and tasty tea that we receive. So it's a kind of big project. As you see, we get all these local projects all together, building an old style house. And this was a project that we implemented through the grant of and cultural dialogue. So it's like that we are recreating or giving a new life to the old things, the ancient things that Ukrainian culture is from our really local Gромada, local community. And now we created a cultural space. And so I think that every village should have this kind of space of their own, trying to involving people, gather them together, developing this sort of local crafts. Unfortunately, not all the, let's say, the partners of our project managed together. So I would like to show you the video. So I'm trying to gather the creative people, talented people. Say every person is really so a sense of his own talent, being someone identity. So we try to help them, all of them, to develop. Namely, we are cooperating with Alexander for 2 years. We try to also to teach the children how to draw, how to make pictures in the Ukrainian style pictures, say, to develop the local culture. And you have just to be brave to develop yourself. Don't not to be shy, and there are always people who will help you to develop your talents, to develop your identity in every case. And my big welcomes from Koziivka village in Kharkiv Oblast.
My name is Anna Spiridonova. I'm one of those who trying to get some warmth and taste in our life. Together with Elena Spiridonova, we're promoting traditional Slobozhanska cuisine. We're not chefs by profession. I'm the teacher. Olena is a librarian. But together, we are the team which brings joy to people with beautiful pastry and very tasty pastry. I think we can all find ourselves our place in the world. And knowing the local culture is a help to that. And it shows that even the smallest enterprises can be as equal on the international markets. We have 2 other masters and craftsmen. So say a couple of words because you've made such a long way. Hello. I'm Vyacheslav. I'm also from Koziivka village. And I am the carver, a redwood carver. For many years, let's say since 2004, I started pursuing carpentry, I was doing different models and new furniture. I use my own designs because every master has its own creative trait that they came up with and is promoting and developing. So I also started creating models, furniture, starting from beds to tables, desks. Then I started pursuing more. I learned some different drawing styles, different painting styles. So it was artisanry. And I've seen many things like that around, learning from others. And I just use this opportunity so that people can see more of such art. And I was doing those designs for some while, and then I got this new idea that a lot of things are happening now, and I think I should try and come up with something entirely new. So I had a lot of waste from furniture production, like wood, chips, etc. And I started thinking, what can I do? But since we are in the village, I will try and make some construction materials. And so I started designing this little parts of interior designs. So as I was designing it, I learned some more, and it reinvigorated my wish to pursue that again. So for 11 years I was kind of boiling with all this until I met Alexander. And back in 2010, I wanted to make my own exhibition so that every master, every craftsman, and artisan, and there are many of them. I worked with some of them. They're very good craftsmen, but we didn't have this opportunity to do together because it's clear that it's not so easy, so not so simple, and so we had this ambition but no opportunity to do it properly. And so after some while I met Alexander, and that's where my dream finally started coming true. And now with Alexander, we're designing some new stuff. I call it fast house because, you know, they build smart houses in Japan, and so we decided to build fast houses. So what we're doing, we're making furniture together, but also we're designing construction materials. It's not a premium design to make it unaffordable. Quite the contrary. I want to add to this story, you know. So we're talking about the way before, in the past, we took everything from clay, from everything around us. But clay lost its sense because there are more high-quality materials. But Vyacheslav, by adding new modern technologies to clay, it kind of updated this characteristic. So the construction blocks that he's producing, it's no worse than the modern construction blocks, but it's environmental. It's very environmentally friendly, and it means that in any village you can create construction materials from where you are. And we are only starting. We want every village to be able to produce such construction materials out of whatever they have, because we will have to rebuild and recreate a big part of Ukraine. So we set ourselves to get the society's attention back to our traditional construction materials that are forgotten for no good reason.
Неймовірно дякуємо. Ще в залі залишилась Люба.
Thank you so much. There's also Luba in the audience, and she's making artisan teas. Just a couple of minutes, please, and because we need other guests to speak as well. I am Lyubov Popova, and I make herbal teas. The way I was taught by my grandma, I was a small girl, and she took me to some forest walks and taught me to collect different herbs and make teas out of them. It's great craft. So what I want to say is that we want families from small villages to flourish, to believe in themselves, to be cognizant of how unique they are, how valuable they are. It's time to forget the inferiority of rural areas compared to the city. Each of us has a craft and art to develop. Just believe in yourselves.
Дякуємо всім.
Right, thanks a lot.
Так, друзі,
І продовжимо з нашою другою панелью діалог підконтрольних та
So the second panel discussion, the dialogue between Ukraine-controlled and temporarily occupied territories. It's a very important block for me because I am myself an IDP from Kherson, from the left bank of the river. My city is still under occupation. Thank God my family and my relatives are safe, but it's still painful. That's why in this particular block, the projects that I selected myself personally,
хочеться, щоб ви почули про них саме так.
I would like you to hear about them
Ті проекти, що єднають,
just as a project that bring people together, that raise the question of dialogue,
до якого можливо не всі дійдуть.
the dialogue that is it's going to be hard. It is hard, but we need to start it now. We need to talk about Crimea. We need to talk about Eastern Ukraine. We need to talk about the South, and live together with them somehow, because it's still our Ukraine. It's our land, and we are strong when we're together.
Тому я запрошую
That's why I
один із моїх
invite one of my favorite projects of Ukrainer,
і його представить Христина.
and there will be Kristina Kulikovska will present it. She's a producer, and Mykola Nosok also who's a director.
Вітання. Я би буквально 3 слова розказав про наш проект, нашу
I would like to say a few words about our project and the whole organization. Back in 2016, under big influence and inspiration of the Revolution of Dignity, the team of enthusiasts wanted to travel Ukraine,
просто подорожувати,
but not just to travel, but make footage
історії
and create stories of different people so that
Слобожанщини,
men from Slobozhansky region would know what a woman in Transcarpathian region is doing or is creating, and reciprocally. So it was a volunteer project from the beginning,
з яким ми об'їздили протягом 5 років двічі Україну.
We've been traveling all over Ukraine for 5 years. Now it's an organization that has about 500 volunteers. We have a website that lists our stories, and there are 10 different foreign languages. There's also a publishing house with we're publishing books in different languages. Just last year, we published a book in German and Japanese languages, as well as English. It's about Ukraine.
І найважливіше, що
And most important that I can say about this
дуже цінно те, що
is that it's highly valuable that in this project, in these trips and journeys that we made,
до власне повномасштабного
we managed to capture before the large-scale invasion those regions that are now sadly under temporary occupation.
тому що з цими
Because these this footage, this material, and this knowledge that we collected, we understand that any propaganda that can come from Russia
може бути відреаговано.
it can be successfully countered.
Скажемо про
And now we will share some of the projects we did over the last year.
Вітаю, мене звати Христина.
So I'm Christina.
Почнемо з проекту
Let's start
«Брейв
from
міста». В травні
the
2022
project Brave
року
Cities. May 2022, we realized that we need to somehow support Ukrainian cities that are under temporary occupation. And we come up with a project, the Brave Cities of Bravery. Those are short motivational videos that are telling the story about Ukrainian cities that are under temporary occupation. They're telling the story, how these cities were developing before the large-scale invasion, how they fought against the occupation, and what's happening right now.
У нас було дуже багато цілей проєкту, і я зараз коротко по ним пройдуся.
Then we had several objectives. First of all, we wanted to unite Ukrainians around those cities, and we wanted to support local population who stayed there. We wanted to help fight Russian narratives that they've been abandoned, nobody needs them, and Ukraine has forgotten about them, which is not true. And we wanted to support those people who had to leave their cities and towns and were saddened by this, and wanted to remind them of the story of these cities, how they basically had colossal development before the large-scale invasion, how Ukraine invested in these cities like Mariupol from 2014. It was growing and developing so rapidly. Since 2014, I'm from Mariupol. Katerina, I know your feelings. My grandmother managed to leave before the day before the onslaught, and she just boarded a train, and my whole family is in safety. But since 2014, Mariupol has developed so earlier Mariupol citizens, they didn't like their city because it was old, industrial. But since 2014, it's become clean. It's become so beautiful. There were different fests, and we wanted to talk about this in our videos. So we created 7 songs from with Ukrainian musicians and 6 types of stories. We used 2 formats, and there were songs where so songs had become an anthem of time of opposition in every city. We will give you one of these songs later today, and we made these videos when we researched the narratives of each city. We made phone calls with experts via Zoom. You see some of them now, and we got local people around who had important places of meetings, what people like to eat, because Mariupol, everybody was a fan of fish. Melitopol is city of cherries. So we took some archives. Experts shared their archives, and we have some videos about Crimean city, I think Yalta, where our volunteer Pavel had shared some chronicles he made on the film, and we used it in the video. And we also had some videos from occupied cities. So can you tell about the cooperation with one of the operators? Yeah, we contacted a lot with the people who were under occupation when we did those videos, and we asked them to possibly provide us some archival footage. So there were camera people, there were operators, and so this story from Nova Kakhovka, where the cameraman had no good internet, and video files are pretty heavy. I don't know how he either find an antenna and got some better internet. So in 2 days he sent us all these files. And so it also shows this movement of courageous fighting against the occupation, and it shows people with Ukrainian identity who are now under occupation. Even from this example from the cameraman, he's still in the Vakakhovka, he hadn't left, and he's just living there. Right, he's living there because he's providing help to seniors. He has some relatives who cannot move independently because people have different causes to stay behind. And we're thankful to them for keeping writing comments under each videos.
Saying these people sent their welcomes from different places, and one of the most powerful comments that we received that Orest, the fighter, the captain, protected Mariupol, and say when we tried to reach the Ukrainian territory, he contacted singer Alona, and she created a song. The song was written by Palindrome Group. Now you will listen to it.
Я Херсон, дивлюсь на себе в дзеркало, не впізнаю, намагаюсь пригадати, як було колись давно, коли я народився від мільйонів рук націй всього світу, московитам ручок не дано. Мені не треба в Європу, я сам Європа, українське місто, в русських полосата роба, міста ями, міста для дефекації, а в мене свіжий бриз, пахне акація, моє серце биття чути від електростанцій, до полів з кавунами, поки тут не спиляли, я живу, чекаю на свою сім'ю зі священною зброєю в руках, не забувай мене, бо в моїх кафешках грає українська музика. І руські макарони щось не продаються, відміну від їхніх солдат, Шанель без гудзика, хочуть пити до Дніпра, з кров'ю хай нап'ються. Мені складно без людей на вулиці Суворова, я трохи схожий на місто з Романа Орвела. Мої жителі зникають за фарами автівок, але я повернуся додому, як хотіли. Мій Херсон, знов і знов сниться твій таврійський край. Мій Херсон, це не сон, на вокзалі зустрічай. Мій Херсон, знов і знов сниться твій таврійський край. Мій Херсон, це не сон, на вокзалі зустрічай. Раніше я носив банер «Місто щасливих людей», але всі ці люди в березні насупили брови, показали окупанту, що таке ідея. Лякливого сонця здобули промінь, хай ненадовго, та я пишаюся ними, як дітьми. Я відхаркую кров кольору пітьми, я вже пережив давно свої часи дрімучі. Відверніться від екрану, якщо телевізор включений. Я приберіг пляшечку вина, все майже готово, аби відсвяткувати повернення додому. Я не благатиму, будь ласка, відпустіть, буду битись до останнього, я вже на мості. Мій Херсон, знов і знов сниться твій таврійський край. Мій Херсон, це не сон, на вокзалі зустрічай. Мій Херсон, знов і знов сниться твій таврійський край.
Так, я ще додам, що ми
And let me
це
add
відео робили тоді,
that
коли
we
Херсон
did
був ще
this
під
video,
окупацією,
yes,
і коли
when
ми вже
Kherson was
приїхали в
occupied.
Херсон
And when we
знімати
came to
деокупований,
Kherson city
то теж багато людей говорили, що так бачили, і
record
це
the
додавало
videos.
підтримки просто в розумінні того,
Right after the
що
deoccupation, we met with many people who provided us the feedback about their life that
в окупації. І йде
we
боротьба.
tried to bring them the
Власне, всі ці наші
message that
відео, їх можна
we
подивитися в Ютубі.
never forget about the Ukrainian territories that are still under occupation. So we decided to develop with this video with English subtitles, and we got
Відео з Ялти і з
we did a
архівними
video
матеріалами нашого волонтера
from
Павла.
Yalta
То
with
потім один
from
голландський
our
гурт
archive videos,
надихнувся цим відео і
and
цими архівами
this
і
video
взяв
inspired
до себе
one of
кліп,
the
вони зробили кліп про Крим і, власне, на
group, I mean,
з цими ж
the
архівами,
band
з цими матеріалами.
from
Досить
Holland,
популярний
and
волонтер.
they used this video
Цей
reels
проект мав
for
продовження в різних формах.
their
Ми зробили фестиваль
songs.
«Коробний став» в Києві в
We
жовтні 23-го року, де ми
decided
збирали
to
всіх
move
музикантів,
on. We gathered
зробили
all
великий
the
концерт,
musicians
всі питання, які вони
in
написали,
Kiev
також ми
under
провели
the
панельні дискусії,
auspices
де
of
ми
this
обговорювали питання окупації,
project.
музичної,
We
як це далі бути.
talked about
І це, власне,
the
слайди з нашого
deoccupation,
фестивалю, і
not
відвідало
only
близько
physical
1000
deoccupation,
людей
but
за
also
день
mental
російського
deoccupation. And
Концерт ми фільмували,
this
у нас
event
була
took
знімальна
place
команда,
in
ми хотіли
Arsenal
зберегти цей
Art
фестиваль,
Place.
в своїх архівах так само. Микола працював з архівами
And
Червоної
we
руки
tried to
українського
serve
проекту,
all the preserve all the
ідея, що треба
materials
знімати
from
наш
this
фестиваль, і
festival,
потім, можливо, буде десь
and
використовуватися.
also
Ми
to
організували
use
фільмова
all this
презентація
material
в кінотеатрі «Жовтня» вже через 2 місяці після
for a
фестивалю. Дуже
movie.
швидко намагалися все зробити.
And
Фільм також є у нас на
this
Ютубі.
movie, you
Можна
can watch it
подивитися
on
цей концерт,
YouTube.
рефлексії музикантів,
It's
про те, як
the
вони
reflections
створювали
of
ці
the
пісні.
musicians
Нам
also
кажуть, що у нас не так
presented
багато часу.
on.
Ми переходимо до
They are
другого
talking
проекту.
how
Це
they got this
документальний фільм
inspiration
«Віжборатор»,
from
який починався
all these
теж
video
з іншої
records.
форми. Микола,
And
будь ласка,
also we
ти хотів
did
промовити
another
стрім.
project
А,
of
та-та-та,
ours.
в
It's
нас,
Christmas together.
ще в 2017 році,
This
майже на початку
about
нашого
Ukrainian traditions and
організації,
customs
нашої
of
поїздок, ми
celebrating the Christmas in
знімали
Ukraine.
Маланку, це була
Yes,
перша
we
наша Маланка, і тоді
got lots
з'явилася
of
така нова функція в
videos.
соцмережах,
We
як
shot lots of
стрім.
videos that we
В
used
саме
for
Фейсбуці. Тоді був
streaming
досить
in
зручно це все робити.
Facebook.
І ми зробили перший
And
стрім з Красноїльської
we
Маланки.
did
І,
the first stream of from
у нас було
Krasnopilla
величезне просто охоплення, у нас було
location,
близько мільйона людей,
talking
які
about
дивилися
the
цей стрім. Це
traditions,
просто телефоном,
Ukrainian traditions of celebrating Christmas,
знімали.
since it has
І,
gets a
найцікавіше те,
specific
що ми помітили, те,
name,
що дуже багато
like
людей
we
з-за
call it
кордону,
Malanka.
і вони, дивляться це
And
родинами,
lots of
живучи вже за кордоном і згадуючи
Ukrainians
свої
living
свята і
abroad,
свої традиції. І нас наштовхнуло
they
на те, що взагалі
send
українські
us
свята і традиції, вони
really the
мають
most heartiest feedback
паралельну
like
тему,
about
як
their
дім,
own
відчуття
warm memories,
дому.
about their
І,
feelings
власне, в
of
наступних
being
наших роботах, які
home
пов'язані
when
з
watching these
святами, ми
videos.
намагалися теж цю тему,
And so we decided to
відкрити,
develop
показати.
this topic even more.
Ми згадали,
And,
що в 2000-х роках була
creating
акція
even
на
more
заході
material and
України,
creating
люди
a whole
приймали в себе
project.
дітей
Yes,
зі
and
Сходу і Півдня, ділилися українськими
plus
традиціями,
since we
які
got
відбувалися на
the
Галичині, Волині, Поділлі, називалася акція «Різдво
the,
разом». І ми,
unfortunately, lots of internally displaced people
цю
because
акцію,
of
але
the
трошки
war.
вже інакше.
Since
Ми,
lots of people fled from east to west, and so we decided to let's say to help us let's say the migrants really to settle down in the west. So we went to the west Western territories of Ukraine, presenting the so-called theatrical performances that we call vertep in Ukrainian. This is a Ukrainian custom to organize the theatrical performances for Christmas days, and that's a Ukrainian tradition that is called kolada, means making performances, singing holidays, Christmas holiday songs, and for the first year we did 3 performances. The next year we managed to make even more, and so we decided to scale up this activity also to bring the sense, the feeling of Christmas to migrants, to those who fled from the occupation, so to warm their hearts. And we managed to also to make a video, a whole movie about the Christmas performances. And let me show just a small parts of it. So you would like to add something? Yes. I would like to mention that this movie is posted on YouTube, and this is like just we are trying to film the 3 teams of actors, of performers who did their theatrical performances locally. And now this is kind of would be a short reel of presenting the movie, so it's like a teaser. So now you will have the opportunity to see it.
Дуже вам дякуємо. Це теж ми зібрали
We are
коментарі.
really very
Наші
grateful
соцмережі
to
будуть
you
вдячні
for
за
your
підтримку,
invitation,
поширення наших фільмів.
and we
Дякую
would
вам.
be also very thankful for
Якщо у когось є питання,
promoting our let's say, developments. Thank you very much. And I would like to provide my feedback from my oblast, Slobozhanщина. We did the same intervention, but mostly for the children audience. We try to reach the children of age from 6 to 12 years old, just to bring to children the feeling of them something really beautiful and nice, like songs, like romantic, the fairy tale, and so on. And I would like to ask, what was your feedback? What was your feedback? What were your memories from your theatrical performance activities? You know, we did our Koleda or Christmas together yet before the occupation in full-scale invasion, also in Kozyivka village, and mostly this was the story about the active people who try to preserve Ukrainian traditions and customs. These are not rather not youngsters. These are rather elder people who try to preserve our Ukrainian traditions. And so we organized such a performances. You know, at the very beginning, you were rather scared about how it will go on. And namely, about our second attempt, that I mean, performances that helped after occupation, in particular when we were dealing with the people who returned from the occupation, who lost their houses. And namely, we got in once in a village when we came to a village following the, let's say, the main way streets, and the locals were telling us, please strictly follow the street and not divert, since there could be mines, and it's really danger. And we want rather to show not like the fear, but rather the warmth from the hearts of the Ukrainian people, who are still eager to share their thoughts, to share what they have, to share their bread, and say this was really the great feedback that people, even when returning from occupation, they still preserve this warmth in their hearts, in this willingness to share. Yes, we also got interactive sessions with the children. We got really nice feedback from them, quite positive. And yes, children were really fully involved in the performances. And we got just a very short question. Welcome everyone. I listen to the music, and I think that the music really touches the depths of our memory, since like
Зараз просто інше. Щодо музики можемо
really awakens the specific thoughts, thoughts really from the depths of our nature. Can we listen again to the music? Unfortunately, we don't have time. I just to say that this music was
команда,
specifically composed by
україно-португальська, насправді, там
band, mixed band. That's
вона
we've got
музикантка, вона пише музику,
Ukrainian Portuguese band.
режисуру, але
We got a girl
це такий мікс,
who composed
насправді,
this
тому що
music,
там йде
and
процес, професійне
namely,
повторення, коляда
I mean,
йде,
the tune
коляда
and
йде,
the
коляда
whole
йде.
music
Це
song
взято
was
із самої
developed
колядки,
and
яка була
processed
і вона
by
є в фільмі, і це те, як
Portuguese
співають,
participants, and
власне, колядники,
namely the
вертикувальники
tune
в самому фільмі.
was taken.
І наші музиканти,
It is an authentic
об'єднали і
tune,
створили такий музичний твір.
Ukrainian authentic tune that is
Я дуже раджу. Ми були на прем'єрі
sang
командою, то я дуже раджу подивитися.
during
Це
the Christmas
неймовірно
feasts.
красиве
Yes,
дійство.
and
Я
I
зараз
invite
плакала,
you,
я
everyone, to watch this movie,
Українер. І це не єдиний проект, який
since really it touches the depths of your hearts. So, and
донатами, в тому числі,
please
долучатись увагою,
share,
долучатись
please
до купування книжок, які неймовірно
stay
красиві,
with us,
вони
donate,
і вже культурної дипломатії.
buy our
І
books,
просто підтримувати
and support,
ребят,
give
в
your
чому
support,
тільки можете. Дякую.
all the creative people in every way that you can do it. Thank you very much.
Наступний,
Now we continue our panel discussion. The next guest
хочу запросити на цю сцену.
that I'm going to invite to the stage.
Я для себе,
I,
коли я розуміла, чому
you know, when I
я
understand
запрошую, бо у цієї
why I
людини
invite people
цей
to
діалог,
the stage
підконтрольний
is because the topic of dialogue between occupied and Ukrainian and controlled territories, it's somewhere inside of us. Alexandra Bolabella, person who lived in Crimea and in the west and in the south, and now she created a workshop, a house workshop for herself and the master craftsman who she wants to promote in our Ukrainian space. So, Sasha, tell us about your workshop house. Greetings, everyone. I want to thank Ukrainer for a powerful presentation, and I want to thank the craftsman from Kozivka for this genuine description of identity. I'm Alexander. I'm very excited, so I can talk a lot. But what I should start. I was born in Luhansk region in Alchevsk, and I grew up in Crimea, in Yevpatoria and Simferopol. And for a long time, I live in Kiev now, where I have my own house, which is my actual house and my business, my lifestyle, and my workshop. So in this project, I decided to connect the visual part and the storytelling part. So in my presentation, I will show you some short videos that I hope will showcase my world a little bit to you, because I want to share it, and it was my objective before the large-scale invasion and during. So starting from words that I meet each new guest in our house. Greetings, welcome to our house. This is where we live, this is where we work. Workshop house unites the craftsmen and artisans all over Ukraine. Since we mostly deal with decor and interior design, everything you see in our showroom and workshop all was created by hand of Ukrainian craftsmen and artisans. So let's run the first video, which is the invitation to our house. So what's a workshop house? What are we doing there? 3 years ago, when I created this project, I didn't have any experience, professional experience in this, in particular, decor and artisan art. So my background, I'm the editor and publisher. For 10 years, I was a journalist writing about interesting landmarks of Kiev. So I keep hearing this question: how did you arrive at this, to this new industry? And I always say that it's not. I'm not yet there. It's where I'm moving towards. So the puzzle, which is my life, I think all the things I do have things in common. It's all about my own, my values, my hobbies, and my experience. Starting from that, when I lived in Crimea as a child, my mother, she's now in the audience, she had a business, and it was about construction and renovation. So she worked with the different designers, and I was there in their workshops, and I was, as a kid, I was looking at them work, and I was inspired. After that, well, my first actual experience of work, I was a tourist guide of Maximilian Voloshin Museum in Koktebel, and working as a student in the summer. And it's a house which is more than 100 years old. So I realized that the items around us in the house is not just items, it's not just decor. It's a heritage, it's a memory that translates and tells us important things that about the people who lived here years ago. Then I moved to Kiev, and I made a renovation for my own house in Kiev. I wanted some unique Ukrainian items. I liked them, and I wanted to refurbish my house. So I was still a journalist back then, and it was not yet fashionable to buy Ukrainian items. There were no shops of Ukrainian artisan art things. You had to find artisans on the yellow pages, and when I wanted to buy some vintage things, either glass or wood or fabric, I didn't know where to find it. I wanted to hire someone whom I give them some money, and they will find me all the artisans and all the decor I need. And I couldn't find such a person. And eventually I became such a person for others. I'm not an interior designer per se, but I create household spaces. 3 years ago, when I launched this project, I had three designers that I worked with. And now in our database, there are about 60 artisans from all over Ukraine, from the West, the carvers to Tartarian ceramics. And all those artisans I know personally, wherever they live, and but most of them were friends. So my dream is that Ukrainian artisans' work receives well-deserved renown in Ukraine, but and in the world. Before it gets renowned in the world, it needs to be valued more by Ukrainians. And people should understand that manual crafts, manual arts, artisan work cannot be cheap. So when we do refurbishment of our future houses and apartments, we don't run to Jusk or other big corporate brands, with all due respect, but buy our domestic high-quality artisan goods with the label "Made in Ukraine." The second objective of our artisan house was and has been that I want to engage more people from not typically creative professions to creative arts. I was like that before. I was a bit shy to go to workshops to try something new because, you know, you're always afraid that it doesn't work. So every week we do master classes individually mostly, where each guest can, together with the artisan, create something for their home. It's ceramic, pottery, or embroidery, shirt, or tablecloth. Create a mosaic out of the stained glass, which is I'm teaching stained glass mosaics, and also learn some forgotten artisan works like paper origami or traditional Ukrainian straw arts. But Artisan House is not an art school, it's not a creative co-working. Primarily, it's a home for my family, for my cats, for every guest that enters it, and especially a house of arts. Everything that is located on 3 floors of our home, it's either for sale or you can order something like that been made, but most of it is my private collection. When I learn about the new craftsman or artisan, I buy something from them into my own collection. So I believe that at some point it becomes my heritage that I will pass on to future generations. I remember I was growing up in Crimea, and my mother, back in the 90s, where everybody was building these top-notch kitchens where she brought some old furniture with them from Lugansk region. Then she restored that furniture, and every day I woke up, I had breakfast in our kitchen among the furniture and the memory of my grand ancestors, and it was very modern, very contemporary, and very stylish, and so that's how I remembered it. Let's run the second video where you can see our evening party, so to say, and how guests can come to our master classes to learn some new stuff. Taha Bracha is our favorite band, a Ukrainian band. So I've been told time's running up, I need to be quicker, so I basically said most everything. One of the questions in this blog was how your project came to be. And when I thought about this question, thank you for this question, by the way, my answer is that my project could have not have happened without the war, if it wasn't for the war. How the house appeared. I've been living in Kiev, but my mother came to Kiev just with the Crimean annexation. In a couple of weeks, after the annexation, she sold her apartment and house in Crimea, left her business, her friends, and to avoid receiving Russian passport, she moved to Kiev. So she needed some investments, where to invest the money, and they found this house, and that's where we created this wonderful project, Artisan House. Then the large-scale invasion started, and I met it in Kharkiv, I traveled to Sergei, my former boyfriend, now husband and partner. And we woke up on 24th February under shelling. Then we evacuated to Carpathian. So the first months of war, all creative people were basically, whom I know, were very depressed, of course. But they wanted to understand how their creativity can help. Some of them went to fight in the war, some of them stayed behind, but they stopped creating. So I saw all this and I realized that I don't want to lose again what I had, because I already said a goodbye to my former house in Crimea, but I'm not ready to say goodbye to the project which I invested so much energy into. On one hand, it would seem like what sense is to create a decor when people are losing lives? So for a week I was sitting and thinking how I can be useful through my project. So having some money which I saved before the large-scale invasion, I wanted to invest it in my project. So our family decided to invest it in a charity fund that we created, which is Artisan House, and we wanted to organize charity exhibition. So we wanted to showcase artisan work from all corners of Ukraine, from different artisans, where they express how they see their future Ukrainian home. So then we bought some of those artisan work into our collection. While everybody was panicking, of course, and jobless, we bought them. But the main condition was that 50% from the revenue the creator has to donate to some Ukrainian cause. So if you produce ceramics, your vase costs $100, so $50 to you, $50 to donation to a charitable cause. So at some point I ran out of money from this collection. We raised about 50 exhibits. And this idea was promoted in social networks, so different artisans and masters started joining in because they liked this idea. And they started selling for free, for 100% donation. So Ukrainians who left were sending us from abroad. The volunteers were sending us from Kharkiv and some occupied territories. So instead of 50, we collected 130 items and exhibits, and then the exhibition got back to Kiev, and we opened it. It was also a charitable event, and it was running for a year. All this year, me and my husband were not pursuing any commercial activity. It was charity work. In this exhibition, we had some charity concerts and exhibitions and theater plays and free master classes. So let's run the video from an opening of this exhibition.
Бачите, свічі, це не для краси, це тому, що виставка відкривалася в листопаді 22-го року, якраз саме пік блекауту. Ми працювали на генераторах, монтували все ночами, без світла, але це не завадило людям Києва приїхати в перший день відкриття, у нас було 100 людей.
And at the very opening, the very first day, we got over 100, let's say, persons visiting Expo.
Завершуючи, хочу показати ще два коротких
And for the final, I would like to show you two short videos and commenting them. So I'm not speaking on all the controlled and uncontrolled territories, but let me say some words that's before the full-scale invasion. My project has a name, Masterskaya. It means Russian language
Відрізняються
name.
просто на слух
Ian
20 слов.
writes
Мастерська і
after
майстерня. От просто перше, що на ум приходить. Мастерська і
first day
майстерня.
of invasion, I changed it in Ukrainian
Власність.
title, майстерня. You see, it even sounds different.
Чим відрізняється для мене, окрім
So
власності
what,
та і цих традицій всього
what
іншого?
differences makes for me?
Мастерська – це безумовно якийсь
Russian
простір, який
title,
безумовно має
мастерская,
якийсь
it sounds
певний
like really kind
професіоналізм
of room,
майстерність. Але
maybe
він не
some
має нічого в собі українського.
craftsman
це не-
atelier,
оскільки
but
слово
it
мастерська
brings
не українського
no
походження.
nature,
Тому воно не
no
може нести
Ukrainian
ніякі
nature
українські
in
цінності,
the,
традиції, культуру.
it's not of Ukrainian origin, and
Мастерська
so
–
it
це моє
cannot
минуле.
give you
Майстерня – це моє
any,
майбутнє.
let's say, aspect of
Я як людина,
Ukrainian
яка
culture.
виросла,
And
народилась
that's
на
why
Луганщині, виросла в Криму,
the
можу
title
точно
майстерня,
сказати, що мова має значення. І не справа
the
навіть не тільки в
Ukrainian
тому, що
language
російська мова якась там
title
гірша,
has
чи
a
навіть
totally
ворожа.
different
Справа
sense
просто
for me.
лише
I
в тому,
came
що це
from
мова іншої
Crimea,
України. В нашій
and
Україні є своя
for
мова.
me,
Російська мова в Україні
it really sounds
це минуле
different
України.
since
Я
Russian
по цей
language,
день переходжу
Russian
на
names
українську.
are
Я досі
our
думаю часто
past,
російською по звичці.
and
Але
Ukrainian
українська мова
titles
– це
and
моя ідентичність,
sense and
це моя
words
культура,
and
це мова
culture
моїх майбутніх
are
дітей.
of present and future.
І
This Ukrainian language is
головне – це
language
пам'ять поколінь.
of my
3
children. This is the memory of the
у
generation.
нас в родині
In
померла
February
бабуся
the
на Луганщині.
3rd,
Її поховали там наші родичі, але ми з мамою не змогли
my
поховати
grandma
її поховати, тому що
died.
це окупована територія. Ми не бачили
She
її
was
більше, ніж 10
buried,
років.
unfortunately,
Так, моя бабуся,
without us
напевно, там
at
більшість
our
своїх років
presence.
розмовляла вже українською, але
We,
це є та пам'ять,
unfortunately,
я
because
зараз
of the
розмовляю
occupation,
українською,
we
тому що це є
failed,
оця
gave
забута, стерта
give
пам'ять
her our
поколінь. Ми ніби
last
всі
greeting.
спали, або
And
були в якійсь довгій
for
комі, і
me,
тут прокинулись від
all the
ракет, почали усвідомлювати, що таке
war life
загиблі
was
на
like a
фронті.
coma. Means we were awakened with this missiles
українська мова – це база, все
shooting,
починається з бази. Всі
and
відбудови, вони починаються з основи.
this is
Школа,
really the
база – це
starting
мова.
point of ourselves to
Хочу
build
короткий відео, дуже
ourselves,
коротке
our
відео про те,
ones,
як гарно
as
співають спочатку
Ukrainians.
українською етногурт «Щебет» в стінах
And
нашого
now
дому.
let me show you the video of a Ukrainian band called Shebet. Yes, I'm doing masterclasses atelier.
І останнє, чим хочу завершити.
And the last word
Багато років
for closing up, I would like to say that for many years after the first annexation of Crimea,
де мій дім. На Луганщині, де я народилася. Криму, де я росла.
so it took
Києві, де
me
я
a long,
маю
this
зараз
old
родину, своє
term
життя і свій проект.
to realize
Або, можливо,
myself,
він має бути в Карпатах,
to
які я
understand
полюбила
myself,
дуже сильно.
namely, in particular, really where I'm
З
from,
повномасштабною війною
and with a full-scale
прийшло чітке усвідомлення,
war,
що мій дім –
I
це не
got the
певне
deepest
місце,
sense
не
that
певне
my
місто,
home,
це вся Україна.
it's not like a specific place, it's not like a specific town or
Зміни
city, it's
даються
the
дуже
whole
важко,
Ukraine.
але
Yes, it's really
за них
hard
треба
to
хапатися.
change
Особливо
yourself,
зараз, коли
but you have
завдяки
to
воїнам
keep
ЗСУ
on,
ми
to go on.
маємо можливість
Yeah, and in
жити і
particular
працювати,
when
особливо
thanks
зараз,
to our
в час наших з вами
brave
змін, час змінювати
soldiers
професію,
of Ukrainian
робити, що
army,
подобається, і робити
we
те, що
can
подобається.
make those changes
Змінювати мову, змінювати звички,
throughout. So
змінювати
what is
навіть своє
unnecessary to
середовище
change
навколишнє,
ourselves,
якщо
our
це
nature,
потрібно.
our environment, our thoughts,
2 роки тому я не могла
feelings.
навіть
2 years
усвідомити, що
ago,
запрошення
it's really
спікера
hard for me,
паралельно
if
де в іншій
it
залі буде
would be
виступати
hard
такі
for me
проекти,
to
як
realize that
І
I'll
якраз я
be
хотіла би
the
завершити
speaker of
свій виступ
such
роликом,
event as of today. And let me finish
в який діє ось перед Дією
my
світу запросив і наш проект, якраз
word
завдяки
with
нашим змінам.
my last video that we managed to
Подих
do
змін.
thanks to the
Його можна
power of
відчути всюди.
changes.
Іноді це зміни, на які зачекалися. Інші ж раптові, від яких важко втриматися на ногах. Важливо продовжувати рух, змінювати місце роботи, професії, сфери, просто вчитися нових навичок і робити те, що завжди було на потім. Пам'ятай, за новими поворотами є нове життя. Не бійся змін. Діє освіта, нові навички, нові професії.
Я хочу подякувати, хочу побажати всім не
And
боятися
I would like to
власних змін.
express my thanks, my gratitude for being invited here
Пам'ятайте,
to
що
give me the
Україна – це наш дім,
space to talk,
вся
to
Україна
show
– це наш дім. Але паралельно з цим
what we do.
наш дім живе всередині
Just I
кожного з
want
нас.
to tell you
Якщо
that
ви
Ukraine
знаєте
is
його
our
всередині
home.
себе,
You have
яка
to
війна в
find
вашому
this home inside
Дякую
yourself.
вам
If
за
you
увагу.
find it,
Запрошую
so
до нашого дому майстерні.
no one would be able to steal it from you. And I invite to you, every of you to our atelier майстерня. And the last guest of this panel, we would like to show you the literature project from Crimea. Yet we just start to talk about the literature, and I would like to introduce Elena Novokhatska, the manager of Ukraine Crimea Tatars literature project, Kirim Irinchi, a Crimean fix, say in 2012, Ali Maliyev, the culture manager, journalist, and really a nice person, participated in one of the sessions devoted to Crimean Tatar literature. He was asked a question about whether or not the Crimean Tatar literature is still alive. So he was a little bit confused since by that time the UN recognized Crimean Tatar language as the one of the minority that is almost disappears. So there were no literature books, no one from Crimean Tatar culture, and so he decided to create a literature contest, aim of which was to spread over the Crimean Tatar language and literature. And so they united with Anastasia Levkova and Elena Novokhatska in order to promote this project together, and so that allowed them to establish such a Crimean Tatar literature contest, Crimean in Crimean fix, and so they started to receive the proposals even from abroad. So they started to grow, and they even increased in number as a team, and so I joined them also, really to bring my own to make my own achievements to this project, since I have my relatives in Crimea, namely I'm also from Crimean Tatars, and so I decided to bring up on the new level Crimean Tatar Ukrainian dialect. So as I mentioned, that the object is a Crimean fix or Kirim Irinchi project. We wanted to give space to the cultural voice of Crimean Tatars to open such a discourse. And so during our first contest, we started to disseminate let's say, namely all the aspects of Crimean Tatar culture. Since before, usually the Crimea was associated with like a seashore, resorts, or some beaches and so on. But when we will go deep into the history, yet in the Crimean history on the Crimean Tatar state that was founded in a really long time ago. And so this just show that really our history dates back from several centuries ago. And so now when we launch this contest, including really the experts in jury, so we have chosen several literature, let's say, products. So this, you see, we published 4 books. We decided to organize festivals, to literature readings involving Ukrainian writers in literature, actors, trying to spread over the information and, about Crimean history and locations, historical locations. And this is a development of our vision. Next, we started to translate the Crimean Tatar works into Ukrainian language and vice versa. Also, the memoirs being written by the culture, let's say, actors, and shedding lights on the Crimean Tatar deportation and Holocaust, since we also went through very the hard periods of history. We tried to open the Crimean Tatar history directly through the writers, through the literature books, and this is really very important. Now we managed to organize our 5th contest, literature contest. We also will be proceeding with holding our festivals. We invite you to our future festivals. So we increased in number, as products, and so it's really a sign that we are evolving and developing. We will open new nominations in our contest, like essay nomination, and we developed presentations about our work. We constantly seeking for financing and grants. This work, this year, we tried to work on in Ukraine, in the occupied territories, and also we propagated our work abroad, namely in Germany. So, what is important? Since we try to be the island of freedom for the people who writes about Crimea, about the Crimean Tatars' history, it's really hard to speak out when you stay under occupation. So really you have to pay hard price for that. That's why we tried to publish the works of the writers who still stay in the occupation with, let's say, trying to hide their real names, so not to put in danger those people. But we try to gather all the feedback on every platform, inviting people to study Crimean Tatar language. Even we got the several requests from Ukrainians who are eager to study Crimean Tatar language. We also publish the works, literature works of the people who stay under occupation and even imprisoned in Russia. They talk not only about the searches or interrogation or about their hardship, but they write poetry and novels, and that really makes us astonished of how strong they are, how strong their feeling freedom is. So, I touched upon all the important topics. So, let me express the hope that we will involve even more people, more languages, and we hope to meet you in our festival that will take place in Bakhchisara in Crimea. Thank you, Elena. Let's take some questions from the audience. Thank you. It's really great what you do. I'm inspired, really greatly inspired of your work. Let me give my own feedback and also asking you a question. So when I started to make my own researches in my own oblast, Slobozhanщina, this is rather the east north of Ukraine. I know I have been faced with some words in Ukrainian language, the words that came to us from Crimean Tatar language, and even made a list for myself of these words like chuvali, buryan, buziv and kuchugur, and other words that came to us from Crimean Tatar language, yet at the time of Polovets, this is Polovets people who populated the south of Ukraine and Crimea. Say what I would like to say. We have to study, to learn this language, not just to support this language, but also to get acquainted with this potential, since Crimean Tatars are our neighbors for the long time term of the history, and the Crimean Tatar language study would be a window in the Turkish languages for ourselves. Would be really interesting after I got my Crimean Tatar language study. Would I understand even more, for example, the Turkish language? Yes, it's really right what you mentioned. It's like this is like a window to other Turkish languages, since we preserved the elements of Kipchak language and Uyghur language. These are the local peoples, also locals, local from the south of Ukraine. And let me emphasize that Crimean Tatar literature and language really are rich in various aspects and nuances, and it's worth to study, really. And I already mentioned that there are lots of people eager to learn the Crimean Tatar language, and I'm fully persuaded that, and I fully agree with you, that it will help the Ukrainians to understand themselves after studying the Crimean Tatar language, since our literature and historic past and closeness, cultural closeness, and spiritual closeness, we can tell a lot to each others. through modern literature and historical literature works. For example, we got the event that it was devoted to the anniversary of Taras Shevchenko, the famous Ukrainian writer. And I would like to say that we could really get great feelings of this closeness. So we decided even to translate the Taras Shevchenko poetry into Crimean Tatar language. Also, I want to say that the works that we got from Crimea, even from Crimean Tatars, they provide us in Ukrainian language. So they want to feel themselves closer to Ukraine. And it's very important to know that Ukraine also keeps a good memory about them. Thank you.
This is Tavrisky University sitting here. So I work in Tavrisky National University, who moved from Crimea. And there's Victoria, who graduated master's work and was studying culture studies. We also have National Tavrisky University teachers and professors. So, they teach Crimean Tatar language. There are teachers who moved from the occupied Crimea with luggage full of books. So you're all invited to Tavrisky National University. I think it's so great that we have all this here in Kiev. Thank you. Thanks a lot. It's incredible what you're saying and what you're doing. So we have a small break now. Till 13 hours. So we begin our last presentation panel for today. We'll talk about external communication and cultural diplomacy. Me and my team, we believe that each Ukrainian is a diplomat abroad and is a carrier of our identity and uniqueness. And the first speaker and the first guest in this panel discussion will be Marina Loseva, who is a fashion expert, who is the founder of Ukrainian Fashion Education Group, who is a member of Ukrainian Council of Fashion and the author of Theory of Fashion, Concept and Practices. We and my team we believe that Marina is the driver of fashion as a uniting element. So Marina for us is an element of partnership and also umbrella. So tell us, how do you do that? Hello and greetings. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm so happy to be here and I appreciate being here with you. And I'm always happy to tell you about UFAX because I really believe that fashion is an extremely important social, cultural phenomenon, which basically has an incredible potential both inside the country and outside, because it's basically our visual communication. So in May, UFAX will celebrate 8 years. Currently, we are the biggest in Ukraine in the amount of webinars and courses. There are more than 100 of them. There's navigation available, and we're also proud that people can select whether they will only stay for one webinar or stay for 3 years, and they will select the modules in education that they need. So we're absolutely flexible, and other than having a very important integrative mission, we're bringing the world here and we're bringing ourselves outside to showcase. We also focus on innovation. I'm very thankful to Katerina for the questions she was asking to me and wrote me before as I was preparing, because that's exactly that I could tell you, but it's better to show the pictures. So the pictures are basically our students and teachers. So we have invited speakers, more than 40 of them. They're all professionals. They are modest, and you may not know their names, but they're also famous people, like the organizer of Ukrainian Fashion Week, Danilevska, fashion reviewers, Roman Timofeyev, and so on and so on. So I will tell later about this picture. This is a bit of a spoiler. So why this project came about? It came because of the faith and hard work of the people. Faith is something that keeps us afloat. There's a lot of hard work that was invested in it. You know how difficult it is to start your own business, especially if you have a vision that doesn't quite match the current understanding of education. So, but when you find a proper team, it becomes possible. So this is our beautiful school in Kharkiv. And it's like this, it's become for the 4th day of the war, and thanks to the territorial defense team. And it's in the center of Kharkiv. It's a beautiful school. So they boarded the windows and rescued some of the costumes. The costumes were damaged, but somewhat. But while the windows were boarded and the snow was not getting inside, so we managed to save some. So this is, you see some of the costumes full of glass, and we get invitations for international shows, Ukrainian shows. We've been residents for Ukrainian Fashion Week for a long time. We participate in Digital New York Fashion Week in Zurich and Paris and London. So we got invited to the biggest in the Eastern Europe Fieric Fashion Week last winter, and we understand that the collection, we have a collection to showcase, but it was damaged, quite damaged. So then the teachers suggested to come back to school, to dig out everything that was lying around there, to restore it, and the show that was called Cyber Angels before, it became Cyber Angels Alive, and we told our story. So there were masks that were cracked, and she was coming out with half of the mask and telling the story before the show. And this is the same costume that you've seen before in glass, and it was tremendous success. Out of these 15 costumes, the limited number that we were allowed, 6 were selected by magazines. So we had incredible fashion season thanks to that. So when we talk about the engine, you know, the school was bombed out, everything was awry, but we didn't stop for a minute. On 25th, the next day after start of large-scale invasion, we got everyone together. We made this open lecture so that anyone who needs support could get it. We opened our HQ in the Vozhdyzhenka district in Kiev. We expanded our geography and even expanded the number of students by 25% somewhere. And these are the color correction teacher with the students coming together. So what helped this project to happen? It was incredible commitment of our team. We understand how difficult is a challenge that we have. I used to live abroad for a while. I know how Russian Empire destroys the whole nations. So endless love, responsibility, commitment, and understand that you have to survive. So it's all a great responsibility. And culture, you know, no culture, no nation. So fashion is like an entry point to a culture. During the war, the second revision of my book, Theory of Fashion, was launched. So we had to add some elements, the war, the decolonization. So I had to start writing. Now I'm writing Fashion, Business, Senses, and Money. So I had to work quite a lot, but so far we're well within the schedule. So now continuing this the idea of the moving force during the war, and we didn't stop, and how our work and cultural diplomacy was represented wherever we can in Europe. And now we're working on the next steps outside Europe. So this is one of my favorite things. It's what we're doing in Zurich with students and colleagues and the ladies who were helping us and the representatives of the foundations that were supporting us. I don't remember all the names at the moment, but this is on the front and the back. There are these digital showcase, and this is a designer whose house was also bombed out. She lived in Rome but at the time, so we were curating the project dedicated to Carpathians. It's decorated with onions and beet. And the ornate designs were taken from Carpathian forest. At the same time, we travel around educational programs. We are at the Museum des Arts Décoratifs and Elsisk Apparel, and it's such a great joy to see these ladies, especially in the first year, and they cross the border and finally have some respite because there are no air raids, and they were just sleeping through the first days. And that inspires, and you know, it gives our students to have some peaceful life. So our next group will be after tomorrow. We'll go to Milano and Florence to study the heritage of famous fashion houses. You know, I was given just 15 minutes, so sorry for speaking so fast. So what is this project changes in the life of others? This is our student. I live now in Ivano-Frankivsk mostly. This is our student, Natalia Morn, who is now showcasing in one of the top boutiques for concept designers in Barcelona. It's called Basquiat, and this is Oak Street style, British Vogue. She was now selected as one of the best street style apparel. So when I'm saying what this project changes in the life of others, there are 99% of students are women. Half of them coming and saying, I had a dream, I used to have a dream. And you know, there are some of them 20 years, 30 years, 63 years old, and they used to have a dream, but someone mother didn't allow to be a fashion designer, or mother said it's not a profession. So there are engineers, lawyers, market specialists coming to us, and they build their dreams, and they can do it in a good way for themselves without saying goodbye to their family, something they cannot do in state education. Or when I say, you know, our students are those who start their life for the first or second or third time, or specifically go to get a diploma, learning fashion design or digital school. And it's the same collection that survived. And this is our Angel with Wings. And it supports everything we start. So we provide the tools, the worldview, and support. So, you know, our approach is X, Y. So you get both craft and an instrument, but also worldview. So that in these radical times for fashion as well, you cannot be part of the old system anymore. You have to change. And so we provide the young people to the opportunity to see the world with the new eyes, not to copy what was before. Because it's a different world, a different start, a different systems. So the instruments, how to do it, and that's what we provide, and we're always close by because we can help with the shows, with connections. If we see that a person is ready, they're working, and they're moving their own path. So what has this project changed in our team? And we will go tomorrow to Fedya Vazyanov. There'll be a lecture for our students. So most important, I think, it's such a great happiness to live in the atmosphere of love, because, you know, we live in the world where family is not just your direct family, but the connections that you created with what you do. So I'm such a happy person. It's something that cannot be easily articulated. This is something sacred, being it's happiness to be together, to create and to build our own ecosystem. This is our recent photo session when I came up with this jeans embroidery shirt. It was dedicated to our Slobozhanщина region, the Kharkiv region. Before the war, I took some embroidery shirt with the floral designs, and the people who were populated in Slobozhanщina region, they were free spirits, they were free loving spirits, and I wanted to somehow showcase that. So that's why I put the phrase over there at the sleeves. And then our stylists had some internship and they created their images and designs by themselves.
So, my feeling is that we breathe the same air, and all your creativity is done all together. So, namely, what you created with your methods, with your tricks, and how we deal with others. We publish it, we produce it all together. That's really has the real value. Our team and also our attitude toward the future. Since we have lots of instruments how to project the future, we see it, we feel it. We now finish our planning for 2026, and sure, we give the reasoning that we have a big chance to model our future right now. So these are models and the outfits that we created right before the war, and we painted it rest on the place, and you see it, and with all the jars with the rice, and it just illustrates what we do. Since we are on the edge of tradition and innovation. So I'm almost done. This is my last slide. Traditions and innovation, these are what we cherish inside ourselves. This is a digital showcase, and first, yes, we live in the era of biotechnology, and just the last word I want to give them pictures of our last showcase. Since these are from our students, they got to develop their own concept, and really happy that we bring in a better space, love to earth, to our land. It has been shown in Paris, and now you will see it. These are the heroines from Slavian methodology. Say the heroines, I mean, present the land, the forest, and the water, the river, and really it's a powerful similar for creation. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation, and now a short video.
Дуже дякуємо, Марина.
Thank you very much, Marina. Thank you.
Наступною спікеркою буде
Our next speaker of ours will be Natalia Delieva, who's a co-founder of
благодійного театрального фонду.
the first charity theater fund foundation here. She will show you their one case of immersive expos promoting Ukrainian culture all around the world.
Всіх вітаю. Це теж про креативну індустрію.
My heartiest greetings to everyone. I will tell also about the creativity of such a format like immersive exhibition or immersive expo. So let me tell you what it is about. To immerse, when you type in something, usually the immersive expos show big spaces and 360 degrees. Usually the installations are put on the floor, or the height of about 3 to 4 meters, and it gives the sensation to the visitors if they get into the time and century and spirits of the epoch. So what we would like to bring to our visitors, and we do it together with our Canadian partner, Valery, who's also involved in immersive performances. So he contacted me with intention to promote the immersive expos into Ukraine. So we started it in 2018. So we are now our fourth year of collaboration. The first immersive art of Ukraine. What we did, this is like a specific visual space devoted to Taras Shevchenko. So we call it the immersive world of Taras Shevchenko together with Taras Shevchenko Museum. They provided us with the digitalized pictures and works of Taras Shevchenko. So we started to develop a plan for our performance. You know that all the culture objects have their own financing, and so then we addressed grant programs and financial foundations. Our voice was hardly heard since this format never been implemented in Ukraine. So far, notwithstanding several questions, we got no feedback. So what we did? We just appealed to Ukrainian people, to Ukrainian nation, and through the co-founding fund, we collected all the needed amounts. So, the recovery fund also added in the second half. I mean, altogether we got 400,000 hryvnia, and this was really our great cultural partnership, and we are supported by recovery fund, and we are really grateful to them. Our first art exhibition.
Ось наші партнери, це перший благодійний театральний фонд.
Immersive Taras Shevchenko art space. So we are supported by First Theatrical Charitable Foundation, Costume Production, Canada Lighthouse Immersive Canada, so in all the list of our partners that you see on the slide. So in when we did it in 2021 in Odessa, on first pavilion of Odessa Film Studio. you.
ця виставка настільки вибухнула,
So it was really as an
була тривала десь місяць,
outbreak.
і за цей місяць до нас прийшло десь по 5 тисяч, понад 5 тисяч глядачів.
We hosted more than 5,000 visitors. We were really greatly welcomed by youngsters, in particular when we revived the Taras Shevchenko pictures together with the music, and we are quite picky when choosing the art objects for our performance. We invited
для того, щоб заспівати нам цю пісню.
famous choir
Вона стала мандрувати.
named after Verevka. So then we started to travel. We traveled to Kharkiv. Then we showed it in Dubai in Expo 2020. And we started to prepare to the Kievan launch. So we were supported by the cultural funds. So we were acquainted by everyone, but unfortunately the war unleashed, and so it happened that my partner, Valery Kostyuk, told me that we have to do something. So what we have is just our unique exhibition devoted to Taras Shevchenko. So we started to show it in Canada, in US. I started volunteering. So we try to bring our history, our culture to the visitors, showing the difference of Ukraine from Russia. So we meant to do it in Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Chicago, Los Angeles, and all the money being given by visitors or donations. So we split it into donation to the Red Cross and Armed Forces of Ukraine through the National Bank of Ukraine. We transferred this money to beneficiaries, so we got powerful informative support promoting our exhibition Thailand. And so the Ministry of Culture reached us, suggesting us to make another performance devoted to the war. We told the truth about the war. So we gathered lots of information. So all our people who were involved in creating this second expo, so they lived through really hard times since these were times of blackouts and lack of electricity and so on. So we did it in Toronto and really felt this cultural diplomacy effect when we invited the governor of Manitoba. And after we got his visit, so we felt that he launched a promo in Winnipeg and the attitude toward us and toward the war of Ukraine really experienced big change. So it was really a cultural diplomacy promoting national interests of Ukraine on the international arena. And through this expo format, which is quite innovative and popular among Europe and Americans. And people start getting acquainted with it, say, when we submitted the application for the national award with our first Taras Shevchenko Immersive Art show.
Але ми не стоїмо
Case
на
and-
місці, ми маємо
and
просувати.
we get it.
І це
So,
теж витвір мистецтва. Це теж
since
авторські
we
права.
consider it to be
зробити
also a
виставку.
cultural object,
І ми маємо
creative
до цього
object,
звикати, і коли ми показуємо
we
виставку
have to
за
admit that we have to
кордоном,
get
у
used to
світі,
it, in
всі
particular
розуміють про
when
наше обличчя
we
України, яке
deliver
інноваційне,
it
яке
to
сучасне,
the
яке
overseas
не просто,
visitors
знаєте,
and
там стоїмо
audience,
на місці. І
we
нам
feel
це
that
дуже
it's really a
гордісно.
modern art,
Також ми зробили виставку.
and we are proud of
Ось
it.
це я
So,
вам розповіла, як ця виставка вибухнула по всім СМІ. Ми,
this,
до
you
речі,
see that
показували
this
в Парижі.
feedback in the mass media,
У нас був такий ще про Марію
feedback provided to
маленький тізер,
first
але головне це був,
immersive
звісно,
art,
Тарас
Taras
Шевченко і
Shevchenko
війна в Україні.
Expo,
І,
and a
наприклад,
second one devoted to war in Ukraine.
а можна там відео, да? Ну, наприклад, «Голос
Can
Америки»,
you
да.
launch a
І
video,
я ще хочу, знаєте,
please?
Його Катерина ніби жива виринає у простір. А це серія автопортретів Кобзаря, які змінюють одне одного, показуючи, як змінювався Шевченко протягом свого життя. Зануритись у Шевченка, душу України. Це сучасна виставка, яка поєднує мистецтво та технології. Найбільш відома з цієї серії експозиція присвячена творчості голландського імпресіоніста Ван Гога. В Україні виставку бачили у рамках заходів до відзначення 30-річчя української незалежності. З 15 березня її мають змогу побачити мешканці 6 великих міст США та Канади, зокрема у Лос-Анджелесі.
Like the rest of the world, we are just appalled.
Як і решта світу, ми просто приголомшені тим, що відбувається в Україні. І ми дуже зацікавлені в пошуку способів допомогти. Ми маємо простір, який дозволяє нам демонструвати історичне мистецтво. І ось ми вирішили відкрити тут цю виставку.
Відвідувачі перед входом можуть прочитати біографію Тараса Шевченка, а перед початком виставки до них звертається один із продюсерів шоу.
Майстер живопису, графіки та поезії. Він був основоположником критичного реалізму та народних тем в українському образотворчому мистецтві. У його творчому доробку постійно висловлювалися теми українського гніту з боку російської влади та закликів до визволення. Мені здається, що дещо сумно, що майже через 200 років така ситуація все ще існує. Теми, які були в його творчості 200 років тому, актуальні й сьогодні, на жаль.
Зароблені на квитках гроші організатори передадуть Товариству Червоного Хреста та Національному банку України. Американці розповідають, їм приємно і познайомитись з українською культурою, і зробити корисну справу.
Усі, кого я знаю, вважають жахливим те, що зараз відбувається в Україні. Це дуже засмучує усіх. Ми відчуваємо велике співчуття до народу України і хочемо допомогти.
Для американських музеїв виставку адаптувала українська команда в Києві в умовах війни.
Вони шалено працювали, поки лунали бомби, коли відбувалися кібератаки. Wi-Fi був дуже нестабільний. Все, щоб ми змогли показати це шоу у Сполучених Штатах.
Відскановані зображення картин, використаних для виставки, надав Національний музей Тараса Шевченка в Києві. Вже за 2 дні після війни Росії проти України оригінали творів Тараса Шевченка було евакуйовано зі столиці, так само як у 1941 році, коли на Радянський Союз напали гітлерівці. З Лос-Анджелеса Христина Шевченко, Богдан Шевченко, «Голос Америки».
До речі, знаєте, що
And
ще
you know
дуже добре, що коли
what is
ми
good?
там ЗМІ запрошуємо на різних країнах,
So
як
one
правило,
thing is
приходять люди,
foreign country, we invite the representatives of the mass media and journalists.
до новинних, до політичних і культурних.
Usually these are the journalists who are working with the aspects of the culture, but nevertheless we deal with the war,
Нещодавно ми запрошуємо завжди, як я вам розповідала там про голову парламенту, там
So I already mentioned the Manitoba head of parliament.
Перше ліце обличчя
So
тої іншої країни,
always
куди ми приїжджаємо. Наприклад,
we try to invite
ми були в Мюнхені, на безпековій
most
конференції в рамках
important
цієї конференції показували
public
такі
offices
виставку
in
про війну в Україні і
every
про Тараса
country
Шевченка.
where
Її
we
відкривав
show
Маркус
our
Ріндершпахер, який є
immersive
вайс-президентом
performance, namely Mark
парламенту
Swindenspracher,
І
the
таким
Bavarian
чином ми
parliament
звертаємо
president.
увагу через культуру
So
на ті
we
проблеми,
try
які відбуваються
to
в Україні.
put forward the actual
Ви чули,
problems
що
of what is happening in Ukraine. So
картини Тараса Шевченка зараз зберігаються в тих самих боксах,
you know that the
їх поклали
Taras Shevchenko
в 1941 році.
artworks
Скільки там
now preserved
Вже все,
in
да?
special
Добре.
boxes,
Значить,
being protected
Україна, земля
against
хоробрих,
shelling and
я вам розповідала про
bombing.
цю виставку, вона
So, and also
з
we
декілька
got another
це і про
expo
руйнування
devoted
в Чернігові,
to
про
wars
жінок
at
на війні,
Ukraine land
це
of
інтерв'ю
the
з військовими, це
brave,
поховання
where we
героїв, це
showed
діти
the
на війні.
children in the war, women in the war,
Ще у нас є
the
такий формат, імерсивний концерт, не всі мають імерсивне приміщення.
brave soldiers in. So we also created a format, the Sound of Ukraine immersive concert, and Roman Polanski, who's working with us together, he's the composer of music for all our expos, and we always try to include the live music into our performance. And yet 2 weeks ago, we've been to Tokyo in Japan, where we showed an immersive concert, and we got 15 ambassadors, ambassadors of 15 countries residing in Japan, and all of them brought flowers and the roses. And also we have the immersive art of so-called Osredok. It's called the environment that is also dealing with the culture diplomacy. Not that in 1919 that the first art happened when it was like a cappella going abroad, bringing Ukrainian songs to the international community.
Alexander Koshetsov was a conductor in this choir. At the time, the choir was not allowed to Ukraine. They crossed Atlanta, where you see a concert in America. And he stayed in Canada, in Winnipeg, and with his wife, he created a place for Ukrainian culture in Winnipeg. So we did an immersive exhibition about Ukrainian artists. So it's a famous case of cultural diplomacy. So basically, I gave you all the story. As for the cultural diplomacy through immersive and cultural products, the most important goal is to communicate, as we said, Vladimir Melchenko, who's our ambassador, spoke in Paris, and there were many ambassadors stationed there, and UNESCO representatives, mayor of Paris. There were many French military. So maybe it was a little bit of our input that France has decided it to us now. So in one day there were queues, people standing in line. 30,000 French people who were very emotional, living through what we know. And emotional message is Ukrainian is not Soviet, but European, and it's not part of Russia. And it has a very famous and contemporary face. Thank you so much. Yeah, you have one more minute if you have any questions. Hello, Tatiana Filovska, Creative Director of Ukrainian Institute. Could you tell, what do you see your own innovation? Because we're working with immersive projects in Ukrainian Institute from the very beginning, from the foundation. And in 2019, we presented a project. It was a mapping in the center of Vienna. There was the first Crimean platform, and we did an immersive media gallery about the history of Crimea. So you did the first immersive exhibition about Shevchenko. What else did you innovate? You know, immersive exhibitions is a format that It's worldwide. And you didn't do immersive exhibition about Shevchenko, but we did. And of course, I know about the Ukrainian Institute. I know that what you're doing. I've seen and we demonstrated in Toronto the exhibition that you mentioned, the Crimean platform. We work together. You know, we don't claim to be innovators in something specific. Like Van Gogh was the first immersive exhibition in France in Atelier de Lumière, and we promote this format in Ukraine. So, is that you said that nobody knew in Ukraine about it? No, no, no. I said when we came to fundraise, I was told that they don't know what it is. So, as I said, it's a reminder to those who already know. Okay, more questions? Right, Alexander. My question is this. Maybe you can share your opinion as a person who is in this process. What do you think? Why people have so much interest in reliving their past and their traditions again and again? Why do they want to do this? You know, it so happened that everybody's emotional now. People come back to their feelings. They feel these emotions, and of course we all want a positive emotion. So when we show an exhibition about Shevchenko, this emotion resonates. It was a country that was there even 200 years ago, so they hear it through songs and stories. They don't hear anything scary, but they still cry. Of course, it's emotion that of what's happening now that makes them cry, but even the past was also emotional. So people are overwhelmed with emotion because they live in such a wonderful country, that's so full of history, their spirit, tradition. But of course, we don't show war in Ukraine because we all seen it. We show it abroad so that people outside would know to keep helping us and supporting us. Thank you. And our last speaker in the presentation for this panel session. It so happened that we keep talking about great cases, great examples, but we are ourselves great examples and cases. You know, we don't have to be shy about it. So I would like to invite my colleague in this stage and my team, Design of Changes, and also my friend, who is a co-founder of Design for Ukraine, who is a co-founder of Design of Changes, who is a co-founder of Kyiv Design Week. It's the first week of design. Last year we made it international at the same time in Zurich and Kyiv. You know, you have many accolades, so I will not list all of them. So please to the floor and tell us about the Kyiv Design Week. So, as one of the organizers, we have 15 minutes. It's a rare case where I don't show any slides, because
Тому в мене буде такий розговорний стендаперський жанр, і в кінці буде там невеличке відео. Сподіваюсь,
at the end there will be a small video.
Власне, формат дизайн-віків
You know, the format of Design Week is popular all over the world.
економіку, розвивати креативні індустрії,
It drives creative industries, local economy,
в цій сфері на загал,
receiving or showcasing the achievements like Paris Design Week, people from all over the world, and London Design Week attracts people from all over the world. And it's a huge event. We started thinking about Design Week from 2019, 2018. Every year, something was standing in the way, something was failing us, and then we did strategic session with colleagues. We were told that before we decided to do it, even before you, people for 15 years, people tried to do it and they didn't. They failed. So relax, you won't be able to do it. And then my colleagues, Nastya Beletska, Oksana Morova, who've been for 7 years bringing Ukrainian designers to Eindhoven, Milan, abroad,
просуванням українського дизайну в світі,
promoting Ukrainian designs in the world. I was there on these events, and when sometimes when journalists, buyers were approaching, like in hotel, so somebody wants to buy 5,000 samples of vases and lights, they would tell us, we didn't know anything is there in Ukraine, and here you are with these fantastic things. Where can we see more? Where we can learn more about Ukrainian designs? And this is the moment where you can feel ashamed because it's not up to you, but you're a bit ashamed that there is no place to showcase. So we tell them, give us an email, we'll send you a presentation. And that feeling of shame that was stimulating us to create this event in Ukraine. And from the very beginning, we thought of it not just an event for once a year. It's an event that has to develop the ecosystem. It's an environmental event which has to help the sector develop, which has to become a foundation to light up new projects, to light up new collaborations and interesting and exciting ideas and insights, etc. And it so happened that during the war, this syndrome of not doing enough, you feel like you need to do more, and so happened that over 2022 we prepared this event without disregarding the terrible things that are happening around us. We believe that there should be something light on this background, and in 2023 we finally did this event. You know what's interesting? We had a plan A and plan B. Plan A was we had zero funding. What can we do with zero funding? And it so happened we found out that we can do quite a lot. And if we don't have money, we still will do that. And we kind of finally found some respite. So it can be a small event, but a high-quality event. So our objective was to do a great event, regardless of the scale. And secondly, is Plan B is when we finally get some grant money. And a month and a half before the event, we received 3 grants, and it became even a bigger problem than when we didn't have any money. You know, it's been 6 months, but we're still trying to breathe after this. So financial reports, etc., etc. So we were quite self-confident, and we decided that, okay, so this is not a big event, but we gotta make it loud. And during the war, we realized that nobody would come to us. It's an international event, but no one will come there because Kyiv was shell, so we realized that at least in Zoom people can join. So we decided to make the event at the same time, Europe and Kyiv. Just like my colleague Anastasia, living in Zurich for 3 years, and she agreed with the local owners of galleries and locations. And we did a parallel event for 2 cities. And in Zurich, the event was more large scale than in Kyiv, but it was okay for us. And we decided that since we're now reaching international level, we need some support. Let's write a letter to the mayor for supporting us. So we wrote a letter to Klitschko, and he wrote a letter to the mayor of Zurich, who supported us and wrote some support posts. And then we think, since we're so lucky, let's ask for a branded tram in Zurich in Identity of Kyiv Design Week. She said it's going to cost 200,000 euro. Well, it was a bit scary, but then we decided to do it. So then Mayor said, you know, if you told us about 6 months ago, we might be able to help you. So maybe next time around, it will come to be. Right, so let's run the video now. Zurich is a different atmosphere. We decided to show you Kyiv event.
Дякую. Ще цікавий момент, мені здається,
Another important thing, I think, is that we're planning to work not only with the participants themselves, but with different districts of the city. You know, there are some communities, there's district communities in Kyiv, like Raitarska Street. For 10 years now, they're doing their own fests, street fests. They keep doing events and exhibitions, and all the owners of cafes and restaurants, they know each other, they collaborate, and it's a great example of how a local community can make powerful, great things. And we want to support things like that in Kyiv. And the Design Week is the format of collaboration between such districts. Plus another format, we want to invite other design weeks to our fold, and there are some potential collaborations in there. Other than the event in Zurich, we also did it as part of Zurich Design Week. That was another
що цікаво, що
interesting
перший Zurich Design Week відбувся в 22-му році.
initiative. So
Я
first
ще
Kyiv
спитав
Design
у
Week was
колеги,
2022.
слухай,
I asked my
а ти
colleague,
знаєш, може це українці там замотили, чи що
could
в
you
22-му виїхали і
ask
організували
if
там
it's
теж
Ukrainians
дизайн-вік
doing their design week
Але
in
ні, то були
Zurich, but
швейцарці,
turns out it was
фактично
there was Swiss.
другий дизайн-вік вже
And the
можливо
second
було
design
тоді
week
разом.
we did an event together.
Ну, якось так, там питання.
So do you have any questions?
Я на правах менеджерки цього
So,
проекту, бо я
as a manager of this project,
бекенд сторона.
I am the backend
Ні, Воля
side.
вона наша, не для свої. От, да, я та людина, яку
So I'm the
не видно
person
було крім
whom
сцени,
you
бо я
couldn't
потім
see other than on
вийшло, що
stage,
це була моя перша сцена,
and
тепер це вже
it was
друга,
the
і,
first stage.
напевно, щось вона відчувається тепер як майже постійна така історія. Я хотіла тільки
And I
додати,
just wanted to
що
add
цей
that
проєкт
this
є
project
подарунком.
is a sort of a
Він є
gift.
подарунком
It was a
Києву,
gift
бо
to
особливо
Kiev
з
city because
як
the idea
подарунок
was
на
as a
Київ.
Kiev Day present.
В тому році і в цьому році поки що війна не дає нам це
This
зробити
year, next,
саме так, але
previous year,
там вже закладена
say
ця інтенція, і там вже є цей потенціал, і
that
потім
really
кожного
we
травня
got
ми будемо
this
святкувати
in
свято
every
Києва
first
разом з
of
Києвом
May we
і
will
дизайн-віком.
Я дуже сподіваюся, що наступні дизайн-віки будуть закінчуватись салютом фейерверком.
The every design week
в Києві.
will
Так.
be the
Дякую.
and will be ending with fireworks, but this will be after war. Any questions from the audience?
забрендували у Києві трамвай?
Why didn't you brand the
Мер Кличко
tramway
сказав
wagon
трохи
of
раніше.
Справа в тому, що в Цюріху
Київ.
ця
you know we did it in Zurich.
Ні, справа не в цьому.
First,
В Цюріху місто достатньо маленьке, і там був
Since it's,
трамвай, який фактично йде по
Zurich
прямій,
is
і він
rather,
проїжджав всі 5 локацій, які у нас
not
були
big
в
city,
рамках
and,
події. Це прям було дуже
this,
зручно, бо люди
tramway,
так чи інакше на ньому
just
їздили. А в
pass
Києві ну, такого маршруту не
through
було, тому
all
якось про це не
the
думаю.
five
Ну, ми про це
locations
теж
of
думали,
our
да, але
event.
це вже не, ну,
It was kind
наступного разу.
you know, kind of special routes.
У мене все,
In
так.
Kyiv we don't
Так, друзі, влаштовуйтесь зручніше. Ми будемо починати зараз сесію з моделюванням креативних індустрій. Мене звати Ярослав Белінський. Я є співзасновником організації Design of Changes, Design змін. Власне, саме за цією методологією ми сьогодні будемо з вами працювати. І перед моделюванням я
Changes
такий
design.
короткий introduction, вводні
And let's me do some
про організацію і про
introduction about our organization and
що ж
methods.
таке дизайн змін?
What is the design of changes?
Чомусь кліп працює.
So we have some technical problems with clicker.
В ручному режимі будемо. Реагуємо. Треба було включити. Хитра технологія. Дизайн змін
Okay, now we got this. So the design of changes is a kind of method of transformation. We are using in our team that we apply to something inaccessible or let's say or in particular when we got in some point of stock, so we got stuck in not only in art but also in businesses, and we don't feel any movement forward. So this method allows us to make a breakthrough and move on, and so we can realize what's going on, how to go forward and get positive results. Sometimes we're joking with our team, so that we found a new mathematics, so since 1 + 1 gives us 11, not 2. One of the basics of this method is like so-called neuromodeling. The founder of this idea or the concept is our colleague Olga Duda, and the project of neuromodeling. And so we apply this methodology in our team as well. So neuromodeling is a kind of software for our human consciousness. So we have 4 levels. Every people operates this model by their own way, but we don't always understand how it works. Sometimes we get stuck. We have our body, our senses, our feelings, and say it's kind of a marker of what's getting around. We have a mentality, and we have a spiritual level. How it will help us today's modeling? Our body consciousness, we attribute what is called economy. It's kind of recovery, or all the things that can provide us the economic growth, our senses or feelings, everything that belongs to the policy, or art, or creativity, the mental or mental level of mentality. This is the way how we consume the information or promote ourselves as individuals, how other people see us in, say, the upper level. This is our spiritual level, workplace culture and education. In our project we start or we function on a basic level, then where we can work together with the groups or teams, and then there are 3 cross levels of vertical levels at local, national, international levels. This is our start scene, the design of changes. All of us are different, that have their own talents. We rather attracted not by our, let's say, similarities, but other by our differences. So we got attracted to magnets. So it's like a helicopter view. So we form a helicopter view on every situation, and you know, this is very important combination. Different elements, but it needs really kind of big efforts on working as a team, or functioning as a team. And now we will switch to modeling, and the results of our work will be voiced on our web page online. So we can get that. So we are getting back with the outcomes of modeling, the design of changes. We've just discussed and did research of ecosystem in the place of creative industries and the ecosociety, and together with all the people who are here with us in the audience.
Дякую всім за неймовірну роботу.
Thank you very much for really very impressive work. I will start, and I hope that someone will continue. So first of all, what we discussed, I think that the main thing is not where we go, but from which point we start. So it means that in case we already started and we start our position, we are already in the ecosystem, and so we start constructing or building our position. So first of all, we want to be useful. We take upon our responsibility and the outcomes, and we understand, we fully realize that we make something bigger, and this something bigger allows us to find the resources and our weights, our objects, even so forming this kind of material part of our creative industry. The modeling was quite interesting for me, namely at the moment.
Була думка про батьківський підхід. І для мене
So this is the idea about the parental approach. Namely, when we talk about the ecosystem, so we are talking about really adulthood, so understanding our usefulness. So I know where to get the resources. I have my own ideas, but at the same time, I form my own inputs in the joint work. So we say on different stages of our, let's say, adulthood. But again, the ecosystem is a synergy of our efforts. So I'm good at something, you're good and you're on something, and so together we can really strengthen up the future model of Ukraine, but we get the joint starting point. That's the main thing. Thank you very much. Very good message. Basic message. So to add here, also what we voiced up, so in case you are a part of this ecosystem, plus you can make it somehow and bring it out and to be ambassador and like a diplomat. Just first of all, not being, let's say, carried out by your ambitions, but well, everyone has to, or let's say, to deal with its own ambitions. But first of all, everyone has to find its own strengths in order to move forward. Well, I need to say something really genuine. Okay. To my mind, we have to keep in mind that all our thoughts are really materialize. I mean, they come true, they come to the reality. So no one can build the future just using its own past, like our neighbors, northern neighbors do. So what Maria told, that where do we go? So these cases, well, to say that we are Ukrainians, and we know
багатьох наших сусідів.
much more than our neighbors do. And so I think we are surprised for them. We're surprising them with our humor, with our history, and considering our history, I think that we already passed through all the good examples of the social agreements and so on. And now the question is to multiply our experience, to know and to keep up to who we are, what we are. You already have this permit to do what you want. And I think that we have to spread out these cases that we already got. Like Alexander told us about his village Kazivka, what they did in there, this creative space. And, well, we can multiply this experience to every single village on national level. And in case we take this sensation of full openness, of uniqueness of every person, of every community, and to combine it through our mutual trust, so we can teach from one another of this uniqueness, this way, enriching our own uniqueness, and spreading this network of creators all over the ecosystem. Since we already mentioned that the creative industries are built by the creators, which are at the same time what can be an art and at the same time a business. These two parts are united, and plus the culture is a policy scene through. We show to others what we are, our narratives, our attitudes, our identity. The culture unites all these three consciousnesses that we just mentioned. And with this optimistic aspect, I would like to finalize our event. Thank you very much for investing your time, your efforts, namely in this modeling. Thank you that you don't stay impartial, that you're subjects, the entrance, whatever, the culture, mass media, or in any sphere. The main thing that you combine it in yourselves all together. Let's do these changes all together. Thank you.